It is 5:02, and we are back from closed session. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve the readmissions of students 232407 639 7704 and 2324024728159742. We will now move into the presentation and recognition. First is Barstow Junior High School students.
Dr. McDonald is here.
Hello all, I'm Mr. Mendoza. I'm the ASB advisor for Barstow Junior High. I brought three of my ASB officers here to present our first semester and upcoming second semester activities and fun things we've done throughout the school year so far.
Good evening, my name is Alexis Cabrera. I am the Vice President of ASB.
Good evening, my name is Madden Sandra and I'm the Commissioner of Activities.
Good evening, I'm Eric Melendez, the Commissioner of Athletics.
And we want to thank you for giving us the chance to represent your school. So we want to start off with our Barstow Junior High School mission and vision. At BJHS, our mission is to be a school that reflects BUSD's statement of principles. We strive to work together as students and staff to be a school that treats students fairly, equitably, is safe, and maintains an environment conducive to learning. Our collective's aim as Hawks is to soar with a focus on safety, ownership, academics, and respect. We have on Monday, we have clear expectations. We have clear expectation assemblies presented by our principal, Dr. McDonald, assistant principal, Ms. Reyes, dean of students, Ms. Groves, and our guidance counselors, Mr. Perez and Mrs. Virio-Pong. We have posters around the school called weekly challenges based on our 4 PBIS attributes: safety, ownership, academics, and respect. Chances to earn individual PBIS points and house points. These posters show different ways students can earn individual house points. The system is something used in Europe, not just in Harry Potter.
These are our hawk houses. The way our hawk houses work is we have 4 houses that are split between third period advisory class. Our hawks names are the roadside hawks, Cooper hawks, Carrot hawks, and Swinton hawks. Every week there is one main sore expectation we focus on, and houses are able to earn points for following those expectations. Each month there is a house winner that will receive a treat and some free time out in the quad area. Some treats that have been earned so far are snow cones, a movie and popcorn, ice cream, soda floats, popsicles, and music. Uh, right before Halloween, Barstow Junior High School put together a trunk or treat for our students and community members. We have volunteered decorate their cars in different themes and hand out candy to the community. Barstow Junior High School Avid also put together carnival-like games for the community to enjoy.
As part of the same event this year, we put together our first annual haunted halls. Here at BJHS, we had over 400 people come and support the line. It was nonstop for 2 hours straight. It was all ASB led Mr. Mendoza and the crew spent 2 long weeks setting it up. It was a huge success and ASB team was able to come together and have fun decorating, scaring, and getting in Halloween spirit with fun and scary costumes.
Should I hit play?
Yeah, so before you click play, my ASB president set up her phone inside the haunted house and created this little scare cam, as she calls it. So there might be a little loud with some screaming.
See if we can get it out of full screen mode here. Oh, good work. Okay. Stop.
Lunchtime at BJHS. Dr. McDonald helps keeps our lunch environment clean by switching to lunch in the cafeteria only. No food or drink is allowed outside of the cafeteria. By implementing this huge rule, we have seen improvement of cleanliness of our campus. As ASB officers, we make fun activities for the students at lunch. Also, we head up set pep rallies for the hardworking student athletes who play sports for our school.
During lunchtime, we as ASB try to bring all students together with fun mini games and music to hang out and the vibe. We have done such as prep rallies for sports teams on game days. During these, we introduce all players and they compete in small side games. We've had costume contests, dance contests, a bowling contest, a donut eating contest, and a big hit recently was our BJHS Winter Games for 3 weeks before break. Small teams compete in a soccer tournament, flag football tournament, basketball tournament. Winners receive free canes All of the students love these games so much. We always have a big turn out putting together any activities at lunch. We also give out prizes for the winners. We are always thinking of new things to do. We are looking forward to semester 2.
Dances here at BJHS. Here at Barstow Junior High School, we had 2 dances so far. These include our back to school Hollywood dance, our winter Polar Express theme dance. Both dances were a wonderful success, and we appreciate everyone who helped prepare them and showed up. So we're Hawks. Christmas door decorating contest. During Christmas time, ASB put together a fun collaborative door decorating advisory contest. Here are the winners. First is Mr. Mendoza, second place is Mrs. O'Dolly, third place Mrs. Smith, and fourth Mr. Krosich.
Fun BJHS activities. Barstow Junior High and STEM Unite. Dr. McDonald, Miss Reyes, Miss Gross are so excited about the new opportunities to collaborate with Barstow STEM Academy. They are starting with friendly athletic scrimmages. Last week, Barstow Junior High School hosted battle for Barstow scrimmages for our boys basketball teams. Both matches were close throughout the game. In the end, STEM JV won and Barstow Junior High School varsity won by 1 point. The next slide is a photo of everyone together. We are looking forward to future Barstow Junior High School and STEM combined events. Our upcoming events, prep rallies for basketball and soccer teams, Valentine's Day dance, Valentine's Day grams, field trips to colleges. We have one today, museums, etc. Trying to get all students involved in activities and rewards them for having good grades and meeting behavior expectations. End of the school year prom dance for 8th graders, masquerade theme or Coachella theme. Teacher pie in the face fundraiser, field day, March Madness, staff versus student sporting event, end of the year trips for 7th graders, movies, and 8th graders, not very fun.
And just recently, last Friday, us science team, we put together the STEM fair. And here are 14 winners that will be moving on to the district science fair. And I was able to get one of our top 5 winners. He won the special engineering award, Christian Carell, and he came to show off description on his engineering project.
Okay, it's a robot box. It's made out of cardboard and it moves with water pressurized. It can go up and down, it can go side to side, and it can pick up like objects, like water bottles and stuff.
Wow.
It moves.
Cool syringes.
Five. Sorry. That's to pick up the bottle. Right.
Surgeon one day.
Engineering genius.
Are my students amazing?
Good job. Awesome job, guys. Thank you. Next we have Ledesma Meyer. We have to go over that.
Oh.
Tell
him he's got a job.
Yeah.
What's that?
Do you have a future employee?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That was very impressive.
Yes, it was. Got robots.
All right,
Robot is-
good evening, President Hildreth, members of the board, Superintendent Swearigan, Barstow Unified School District staff, and guests. I'm Ken Murphy. I have with me Jeff Carter, Milo Mustinga. We're with Ledesma Meyer Construction. Chris Meyer's here as well. We're here today to kind of share just some bullet points of the ever-changing state and industry that we're in with the school construction here. We have some items that we've been working diligently with Superintendent Spurgeon and her staff, and just want to make sure everyone is up to date.
It will just help focus on the future, on what it takes to continue with construction here in the district.
Yeah, with the passing of the local or the state's Proposition 2, which has potential matching funds for school construction, it's important for the district to get out ahead of this, as well as any projected growth within the district here.
So we have 5 items to go over. One, getting started, selecting the site, site approvals, potential site costs and project costs. And then at the end, we'll go over items to be aware of and recommend.
So getting started, developing that plan. So it's all gonna start right here in the board with the guidance of the board along with the district. So we're gonna define the policies, defining the need and the questions. From there, we're gonna go to the facilities master plan. We're gonna talk about that a couple different times. Very important to the district to update that. For your community involvement, your city and county land use plans, joint use, financial planning, existing and future facilities, along with your educational philosophy. Then from there, that'll roll over into the specific projects. There you'll do your needs assessment, your funding, your ed spec, your site selection, design, bidding, and construction. So again, with the district master plan, you're also gonna collaborate with your city and your county planning process. So here's a list of items that will also be identified that's very crucial when you're creating your master plan for the district, is that you'll identify your existing projects under construction in the city itself and in the county, identifying future projects that'll dovetail into your overall improvements of your school facilities, zoning versus land use holding capacities, your city and county general plans, working with public agencies, designation of school sites on land use maps, incorporating school site requirements based on your CEQA requirements, and along with funding shortfalls, identifying and those local matching funds, again, dealing with our Prop 2 monies.
And then we get into selecting the sites, because location is key. And whether that be existing sites or maybe the potential of new sites within the district for any forecasted growth. So sites in development. So if there was a developer here working on a development, you would join with them, help identify school site, piggyback on their CEQA and studies. That way it saves the district time and money because you're piggybacking off of their work. Coordinating the DTSC issues and coordinate the site grading and utility requirements. And then you move into vacant sites. So if you're going into an existing neighborhood where there's potential for a new school, you contact the property owners, CDE involvement earlier the better, to make sure that it's a potential site. Identify the site constraints and be familiar with the city and land use issues. Site approval process is very involved. There's a lot of parties that are involved and hoops to jump through, such as like the CDE initial review, reviewing the preferred sites, health and safety studies, the AB 52 Native American Tribe consultations, and then you're completing your CDE forms for your final CDE approval. So the timeline of these processes is typically a year to a year and a half, but it is dependent on issues that are found. So during the CDE site review, there are variables that can come up, such as safety concerns, In that safety studies, you'll find geohazard reports, seismic, soils, and other hazards that have to be assessed. And then DTSC levels, they'll look at potential issues within the soils. And then there's removal, actions for all those findings that can take a little bit of time. So it's just something to keep in mind.
Okay, so the next couple slides are, make sure what everybody really wants to see is all the numbers. I'm not gonna go through each item because it all depends on which way you guys are gonna to go. Are you gonna go with existing sites? Or are you gonna, look at new sites? So depending on which direction you go, we kind of list the different variables that come along with that. So if we can kind of skip the next slide, go to the next slide, one more. This is probably the most important one out of all those listed costs. That's the actual construction of the pool itself. So what we did is we broke it down. The two top items are a modernization cost. Elementary school or middle school can range anywhere from 15 million to 40 million. Keeping in mind 15 million is a very basic portable classroom stacked together. Same thing with the high school modernization, where it's ranging right now anywhere from 50 to 150 million. And then the last three line items are new construction, which we double checked these numbers this morning and they're pretty spot on. Again, depending on the complexity of the project, you can range from 40 million to 60 on elementary, middle schools 50 to 80, and the high schools 100 to 250 million.
So, and when you have that raw piece of land and you're dealing with your CEQAs, your CDs, and there's always those items that you have to be very aware of. And here's a long list of those, not to be the negative Nelly in this, but you have to have that forethought, and that'll all come out during your CEQA. But your earthquake fault, any flood zones, traffic noise, political reasons. So there's always that whole list that could throw that a curveball into that site acquisition of that land.
And then we'll get into the recommendations. I think everybody or the three of us have mentioned updating that existing master plan as top priority. I would put that at the top of the list. We also recommend possibly putting together some type of committee. Don't know that name of that committee, but that can start working, continue the conversations with the city and the developers, establish a design team. And if you do decide to go that route, establish some type of acquisition consultant.
Yeah, as we talked about though, the master plan is key.
Yeah.
Finding out your current student population, the capacities that are available in your current campuses, because there's may not be need for new campuses. That's what you need to assess all that. Plus, it's part of the requirements for Prop 2 for matching funds is to have a current up-to-date master plan that's approved by the board. That gets you in line for matching funds for anything you go about. So getting that involved is
that's a key. That starts everything.
Unfortunately, we don't have a water actuated. I note to self, we'll bring that next time. Or definitely send in an application.
Thank you guys for the time.
You guys have any questions?
No.
Thank you guys for coming up. Thank you, for all the information and making the drive all the way up here. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. We're here for you guys. And if you guys have anything, have a superintendent's question, reach out. We're here for you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Next, we'll go into the approval of the minutes from the regular board meeting of December 17th, 2024. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Motion and second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll go back to business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is the time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking action on items not on the agenda. Requests to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, busdk12.com, under the tab Board of Trustees. The board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. The board limits the total time for public input on each item or topic to 15 minutes or 5 individual requests to speak. The president may review the submitted request to speak or take a poll of the speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Citizens who have comments on or against a particular issue may be asked to provide a written statement for the record or to sign in agreement with the written comments of another citizen. All names will be memorialized in minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. For the record, please state your name.
And we have three. First one is Timothy Justice, and he's here to talk about the condition of the youth football field and bathrooms.
Hello, my name's Timothy Justice. I'm a proud Barstow resident. Prior Aztec myself. This is the first year I got to put my kids in football. It was a great experience, except for when we go to the field is in really poor condition. The bathrooms are really horrendous condition. We go to other places and they're really nice. They give you their high schools, or they have everything that's in working order. And our bathrooms are, I would not want a daughter to use a restroom here. And when other towns are coming here, that's what they see Barstow as. They see that as our face. So I would like to find out or suggest, can we sell the parks to the city or use the high school or recondition the bathrooms, something to get us to the point where we're getting ready to explode with this new project with Barstow Sound, the rail. So we need to start something for our youth now, because we all know that if a youth on the streets is a youth going to be in trouble. And I do believe that we should definitely address this before Barstow explodes, because we're getting ready to probably double in size. So youth is one of the biggest things in my neighborhood. I really attribute to a lot of my things. I operations manager, truck driver, refrigeration. I do all kinds of stuff, and I attribute that to some of the youth programs teaching me discipline. So I don't have too much more to say about that, but if we could definitely take a look at the youth football field, or possibly moving it to the high school, or getting the bathrooms reconditioned, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Jared Nichols, and he is here to introduce himself as an applicant for Board of Trustee Area 5.
Good evening, board, superintendent, executive cabinet. As she's pointed out, my name is Jared Nichols. I am a longtime resident, which seems to be the norm when people come to this meeting. I'm also a proud product of the Barstow education system. My wife, both of my kids have gone through the system. I wanted to introduce myself as a possible applicant for Area 5. Some of my personal goals, if I was appointed to the board, would be ensuring the safety of students and staff at all of our sites. Providing equity to all of our students to ensure that all students have an opportunity to learn and improve. As we all know, we know there's room for our students to do better. Supporting the mental health of our students and our staff. I know just from what I read on Facebook and my kids dealing with the schools that, and even my own position as a teacher in Victorville. Bullying's not going away, it's getting worse. We have cyberbullying issues, we have bullying on campus, and I want to do things that we can to equip our students to be successful and how to handle those things, and also just how to be better people in general. Sorry, I kind of skipped over that. I am a teacher. I teach in Victorville. I'm a 20-year educator. I've taught all levels of math. I'm currently teaching 7th and 8th grade math. This community's given a lot to me over the years. I've been a scout. I've been a teacher. Just watching my kids grow up in this area and they're successful. I love to brag about them. When somebody says something about the school, I like to be there and say, no, I went to Barstow High School. My kids went to Barstow High School. They all turned out fine. And I believe that for everybody. So I just see this as my chance to kind of get back. So I do look forward to the chance to really formally introduce myself and sit down and interview with you guys. But I just want to put myself out there to the board and the district. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And last one, Emily Camus. She's here to speak to you about the vote of no confidence.
Hello, USD Board of Trustees. My name is Emily Camus, and I am a teacher here in Barstow Unified School District. I am here to stand behind my union and the vote of no confidence on the superintendent. I believe that we need a safe, supportive, and effective working environment for all educators. Our students deserve schools where teachers feel heard, valued, and empowered to provide the best education possible. Our leadership starts from the top and works its way down. Without a supportive superintendent, we are hurting our students. Deserve better than that. She does not know our students. She comes into our classrooms about once a year. There are two personal stories that I have. First, I teach students with severe intellectual disabilities, and I was giving a lesson on how we choose a certain food. We don't touch it, we don't lick it, etc. We can point to or say which one we want. She walks into my room and says, I don't do those things, but I do smell them, discrediting everything I just taught my students. She didn't know it wasn't acceptable because she doesn't know our students. Second, I came to a board meeting when I was 32 weeks pregnant with twins. As a pregnant person, I had to go to the bathroom all the time. I asked to go to the restroom, which is right around the corner. And I was told that I had to walk all the way outside to the SDC. I knew, however, this was a directive from the superintendent. A few minutes before I asked the district office employee, before I asked to go to the restroom, a district office employee walked out those doors and went right around the corner. So it was obviously in working order. She just didn't want to give people access to the necessary facilities. We need better leadership who listens to our teachers and cares for our students. That is why I stand behind the vote of no confidence for our superintendent. That is all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay. Next we have staff reports. First we have the parent-teacher conferences.
Conferences. Mr. Godfrey?
Yes, and in an effort to accomplish the metric goals for LCAP goal number 2, which is parent engagement and parent involvement, we've held our parent conferences this year for November 4 through November 7. We were able to hold conferences at all 12 of our school sites. At the elementary level, the percentage of parents who were able to attend ranged from 59% to 88.5%. The one school that saw a marked improvement was Glenwood Elementary. They increased from 64% to 79%, which was great to see. And you'll see as we compare the current year conference held to last year's conferences held, they're pretty much very similar numbers, and we continue to work to improve those numbers daily. At the secondary level, the range of parent conferences held are from 9.3% to 41.69%. I failed to mention that Henderson Elementary had the highest rate of attendance at 84.83%. And at the secondary level, we did see a dip at Barstow Intermediate School from 62.5 to 41.6. Part of that may be for the fact that we added an entire grade level of students, and that communication piece is still continuing to grow. One good note is through the process of developing the calendar for our school district, it was agreed upon by our administrative staff and our 2 unions to add an additional parent conference date, which will be March 18th through March 20th. So that's new for us here in our district. And that pretty much falls in line with other districts in our high desert community, ensuring that we're continuing to engage our parents in efforts to improve student achievement.
Thank you. Next, you have the superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, board members, staff, and guests. Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed a restful winter break. Time spent with friends and family is time well spent, and I hope many of you were able to spend time with your friends and family during the 2-week break. I appreciate the Board of Trustees allowing me the opportunity to be away from my office to visit and spend time with my family. Thank you to cabinet members and staff who were conducting district business during the 2-week break. Your efforts did not go unnoticed. We are full swing in the second semester of the 2024-25 school year. Although we have already experienced a few challenges at some of our school sites, our staff and students continue focusing on good instructional practices and academic success. We are looking toward the spring and preparation for state testing. As a reminder, the district is closed next Monday, January 20th, 2025, in honor of Martin Luther King. Many of you may have noticed the BUSD community walking track appears to be finished. All large construction equipment has been removed and there is no apparent construction presence on the track. The district is working on a few more items needed on and around the track before we open the track to the community. The district asks that you be patient just a little longer. We are excited to hold a red ribbon cutting ceremony as soon as possible to officially open the track to everyone. At the December 17, 2024 board meeting, the Barstow Education Association, BEA, expressed their right to file a formal complaint in accordance with Board Policy 1312.1, complaints concerning district employees. On December 18, 2024, BEA delivered their formal written complaint to Board of Trustees President Aaron Hildreth, Board of Trustees Vice President Ray Perea, and Clerk of the Board Anthony Eastlis. Per the board president's direction and board policy 1312.1, the board is consulting with legal counsel. And I'd like to express my sincere concern and empathy for our neighbors in Los Angeles who have suffered, are suffering, or at risk of suffering loss in the many wildfires burning in LA County. In the high desert, we are not strangers to the risks associated with wildfires and the harmful smoke and ash debris that follows in the fire's destruction. We understand the devastation caused by wildfires just as recently as last September. There are no words that can provide solace to those who are suffering, but we can let them know they are thought of, and those of us who can are providing support in the many ways possible. It is a reminder of our good fortune to be in Barstow as we continue to ensure every student in Barstow Unified School District is provided a safe environment conducive to learning.
Thank you. Board reports, Mr. Eustace.
Yes, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to express to my distinguished colleagues here, Mr. Ray Perea, my deepest condolences to you losing your father-in-law and to your wife, your 2 daughters, and your Ray Jr. and son-in-law, Scott Godfrey. Knew Mr. Tony DeWardy personally. He was a very good man. He's a master of everything. He was an excellent carpenter, cement finisher, bricklayer. He helped me with my refrigerator one time, and 15 minutes, I thought I was going to have to buy a new refrigerator. I was raising 4 kids. I didn't know how I was going to do it. Within 15 minutes, he had fixed my refrigerator. I met him as a young man when my father was doing construction work at the old lumber yard, Hayward's, over there on the bottom of 7th Street. I continued my relationships with him when I got a job at the community center in 1974 as a recreational aide. He was a San Bernardino champion handball player, and when the handball went out, he jumped right into racquetball. Was one of the top racquetball players in San Bernardino County. Also, he was had a very deep voice. He was very direct. And he was a good man, and Barstow lost a very good citizen. And also, I'd like to express my my heart goes out to everybody in Los Angeles. That lost their lives, lost their home. To the LAPD, to the firefighters, to the volunteers. you know, when something happens in California, you know, everybody gets behind it, you know, I mean, it's a great place to live. You know, I can't say enough about it. That was just bad tragedy. Within the last 2 weeks, I visited, Barstow High School. I seen a lot of familiar faces and met a couple of new ones. I walked through the the girls' gym and the new gym, John Brillsville gym. We visited a couple of classrooms. It was kind of weird having somebody open the doors for me. I was just, it was nice. You know, and then I attended a workshop at the school board workshop down in San Bernardino. I believe it was last Monday. Got a refresher course on the Brown Act and how to behave in board meetings, and it was really good. You know, it showed us accountability, and they mentioned something about from cradle to careers. I think that's what the school districts are all about. You know, and I want to apologize to everybody about our closed sessions, and I can't dissolve what we're talking about in there, but it's very important. It's, you know, usually what it has to do with students and employees. And just like when you go into jury duty, you know, you got to take your time and deliberate, because, you know, there's, you know, people's livelihoods are at stake, and I'm not going to rush it. I'm sure we're not going to rush it. But I'd like to apologize to everybody staying out here and waiting for us. And it's just the way it's got to be, you know. And want to introduce myself. I'm Anthony Eastwood. I was also educated here in Barstow, born and raised. I have really deep roots in Barstow. My mother's father came here in 1905. My father's family came here in 1949. You know, I really enjoy Barstow. I love Barstow. I love California, you know, and it really kind of irks me when someone's badmouthing Barstow or badmouthing California. And I give them a pass the first time. About the second time, I say, why don't you leave and take somebody with you? You know, we see a lot of these people, you know, oh, California this, California that. Well, go to North Dakota and see what kind of government money you can get there. You know what I mean? You know, everybody depends on federal, state, county, you know, and local money, you know, to survive, you know, as far as jobs, you know, and business and contractors, you know. I love California. I love Barstow. This is where I'm going to be. I love Barstow Unified School District. I was educated here, played football here. I lived the dream coaching football here. I can't say enough about it. You know, I played football. I coached here. It's great. You know, and then, you know, as far as discipline, you know, everybody's, oh, discipline, this, you know, we used to have corporal punishment. I was in seventh grade, and I wanted to play football real bad for Barstow High School Riffians, Coach Art Davis. And I entered the junior high right down the street here, and it's called Barstow Intermediate School. And the first semester, I got 17 SWATs. And my first basketball game, we went to the Barstow High School at the gym there, and Mr. Hayes introduced me to Art Davis. Art Davis says, yes, I know him. I was going to social practices with my older cousins at the high school. And Mr. Hayes says, well, Tony's probably one of the best athletes here at Barstow Intermediate School. He goes, but he's got 17 SWATs already. And Art Davis grabbed me by the arm, took me outside, and he says, different playgrounds, different playmates, my friend. And I didn't understand what he was saying. I went asked my grandfather, and my grandfather says, you got to stop hanging around a couple of your cousins and a couple of your friends. You know? And, you know, after that, I went and begged my grandma to buy me some hush puppies and threw away my cucaracha stampers. I got one pair of Levi's, and I sewed my slit on the side. I wanted to play, you know, and it takes the parents, the school, and the student to be successful. You know, since they took corporal punishment away, it seems like the parents are scared of their kids, you know, and the law. The teachers are scared of the principal. Principal is scared of the superintendent. Superintendent's scared of the board. The board's scared of their constituents. and the kids aren't scared of nobody. You know, and that's basically what's going on, you know, everywhere, not just in Barstow. Barstow's a tough place to work. It's changed since 1980, since 1961. We have a lot of different people living in Barstow. We used to know everybody. Now it's a whole different, you know, it's a different breed of cat going to school here, and they're tough kids, you know, and it's a tough job, and I know it. And I tip my hat to all the staff members, from the cafeteria workers, the custodians, the safety monitors, the teachers, secretaries, and the people sitting in this room today. It's a tough place to work, you know, but we picked this profession, and that's just the way it is. And just like I said, I apologize for the closed session, but you know, we're making big decisions in there, and we're sorry that you have to wait so long. And I better stop talking before I start talking about my neighbor's wart on her toe. And that's all I got.
Mr. Bray?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Tony, for your kind thoughts. And my father-in-law will be greatly missed. The entire family is suffering a little bit, but we're going to make it. We're going to be all right. I also like to thank Barstow Junior High for their presentation today. It was really well presented, and it's always a joy to see that there's some positive things going on out there. You know, we have a tendency to, as board members, sometimes we hear only negative things. So when you come and make a presentation to us, we get a different perspective, and that's enjoyable. That's a good part of about this job, and so I really want to thank you for that. And I want to thank everybody for showing up. It's great to be in this room where it's filled up. Sometimes we meet and there's no one there. So it's great to have you here. Welcome. Come often and tell us what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. We appreciate that. And I don't have quite the history and the story that Tony has. But it's serious. And I'm a Barstow lover too. Grew up here, graduated from here, went to college here, so on. You know, so serving on this board is a way to give back to the community, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So thank you very much.
I'd just like to, just echo the sentiments of everyone that's kind of already made the statements as far as between the fires, between, you know, Mr. Perea and everything that they're going through. And also with all the students, family members, staff, great presentation. I know it takes everybody, the kids, the teachers, parents, everybody. So thank you guys. It's always a great reminder of why we're here and why all of us are doing what we're doing. Also wanted to say, congratulations to all the STEM winners from the science fair. And I hope everybody had a nice break over the winter holidays, got to be able to spend some time with friends and family. And it's also nice, I know this was about a month or 2 months ago when we approved it as far as having the board president attending the meetings with the unions. So we met last week just to kind of go over what each of the different unions' issues, concerns are. So I think it's just good to have that open dialogue and progress moving forward. So. Representatives reports. Oh, sorry. Student representative report.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we all had a good holiday. Our ASB and our East-Tex esports team had a toy drive before we went on break. It was very successful. We were able to donate a lot of toys to Barstow kids this season. We're really looking forward to this new half of the school year. Our winter formal will be on February 1st. Our winter sports are full swing right now, doing pretty good. I think our soccer team is doing really good.
Tuna.
Oh, there you go. Track and field, tennis, golf, baseball, and softball are all starting to do tryouts and everything, get ready for our spring season. February 22nd is the San Bernardino County High Desert Honor Band concert at Oak Hills High School. 9 of our Barstow High School musicians made it into our band. Very exciting. You are all invited to go and watch our high school music program, collaborate with other high schools from San Bernardino County. Also, really cool science project. That's really cool. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now Representative Ford, DEA.
Thanks. Couldn't see you behind there. I didn't know if you were there. I'm so short. Miss you. Okay, good evening, everybody. As a teacher, I give tests after teaching a standard to assess how well my students are grasping the material. After grading these tests, I gain insight into their learning progress. Often the results show that most of the students are doing well, and we move forward confidently to the next standard. However, there have been times when I've reviewed the test scores and found that the majority of the students failed. When this happens, I have to take a step back and evaluate what went wrong. As a teacher, I know that if most of my students don't pass, it's not their fault, but it's actually mine. It means I didn't teach the standard as effectively as I thought I had in those moments. I don't place blame on my students, nor do I ignore the issue and move on. Instead, I reassess, refine my lesson plans, and reteach the material to ensure that they have the tools to succeed. I share this story because what's happening in our district right now doesn't feel like a passing grade. Communication and collaboration aren't where they need to be, and it's impacting our ability to serve our students effectively. Unfortunately, the more the board ignores us and fails to communicate, it's harder to become to find solutions and create positive change. Just as I must listen to my students when they struggle, the board must be willing to hear and engage with us if we're going to turn things around. I ask you to reflect and consider this. What can the board give a little bit more of to help make this the best district in the county? Together, we can create a district that thrives on transparency, collaboration, and success for all.
All right, thank you. CSEA.
Hi, CSEA, Gary Thomas, negotiations, chief communication officer. Just this, by the way, hope all you guys had your holidays, got some rest relaxation. We, back in December, we had our elections for multiple positions. We had for the e-board, we had the opening position of vice president, treasurer, and communication officer. Brianna Samonitis, who was our temporary or in place intern, our interim vice president, she won the election to gain that seat. Julie Grounds won the seat for treasurer, and I regained the seat for communications officer. We had our elections for our negotiations team. We had tons of candidates. We had a great showing for it. The team was, all incumbents were reelected. That would be myself, Brianna Samonitis, Julie Grounds, and Letitia Ortiz. Just as of today, we had our first negotiations meeting of 2025. As all negotiations, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but we are working on it. We were also able to elect and put forth a candidate to be on the communications, the personnel commission board. It was Gilbert Side Jr. Or sorry, Gilbert Side Senior. Sorry, his son works still. Senior. Gilbert Side Senior was on it. Was the one chosen from those that were presented. We were able to, I'd like to thank management and Doug for presenting us the bonus. I'd like to thank Doug's team. Many of our employees have reported that those who are school first have received their bonuses. Those who do it have received their best net notices of what the bonuses shall be. Maybe they do hit their accounts. And we'd like to say thank you, Doug. We understand that's you and your team. That's not an easy task to do in that timeline, especially with the holidays. So, and that's about it to report for now.
Thank you. Personnel Commission.
Good evening, board members and staff and community members. This is the report that we have for the for the Personnel Commission. We currently have 2 interviews in process. We have 1 recruitment that is in the testing stage, and we have 1 recruitment that is open. We currently have 373 classified employees, 164 full-time, 113 benefited part-time, and 96 non-benefited part-time. We also still have 13 classified management positions for employees. As far as some of the positions that we're working on, campus security, we have 1 vacancy at the junior high school. We're currently screening applicants, and we're pending a testing date for that. On the campus safety, we have 1 vacancy. I believe it's also at the junior high school. We have a good list. We exhausted the transfer remote list already, and we're coordinating with the hiring manager for an interview date on that. On custodial, we have a good list with 33 candidates. We have 2 vacancies at the high school. The transfer remote list closed, and we're going to be holding interviews next week, Tuesday, the 21st, December 21st. For paraeducators, we currently have approximately 38 para positions that are vacant. We have completed the testing and merged the eligibility list. We have 62 eligible candidates on the regular para list, and we have 15 candidates on the para special need list. The transfer remote list is closed for that one, so we'll be scheduling interviews shortly in coordination with the hiring manager. On the electrician, we tried to schedule over the break, the testing over the break. However, we could only get 2 of the candidates to confirm. So we moved the schedule for the testing for next week. We're going to test Wednesday, January 22nd. Once we have a good list, then we can move to interviews, but we're going to test next week. We have Director of Purchasing is still posted and open, and will be closing tomorrow. We currently have about 7 applicants for that. We have open recruitment still for health assistant, maintenance worker 1, nutrition service 2, office assistant, school accounting commission, and those are pending testing. The outreach bilingual liaison, we have 5 candidates on that list, and we'll be moving to interview shortly. Grounds maintenance worker, we tested last month. We have 2 positions to fill. We just sent out the transfer remote posting. We'll be closing January 27th, and we're scheduled to interview January 29th for those 2 positions already. For noon duties, we have 28 candidates that we have invited to do a group onboarding, because there's so many of them. So we're gonna onboard and fingerprint this coming Thursday, January 16th, sorry. So this coming Thursday. And then the student information system technician was interviewed and filled already in December. Those are all the positions that we have.
Well, thank you for all the additional information. You guys have any?
What's your next meeting?
Next Thursday, the 16th.
What time?
4:30.
4:30. Thank you.
Come over. Everybody's welcome.
Okay, next we have the adoption of the agenda. We also have 4 corrected copies. K14, donation from Golden State Water. K6A1, employment of classified permanent personnel. K6A2, employment of classified limited term substitute personnel. And K6A3, changes in salary and or classification of classified personnel.
Motion.
Can I get a motion?
Don't move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. No communications. Okay. And consent agenda. Does anybody have any items they would like to pull? I already have the one. Did you have any, Mr. Brea, that you'd like to pull?
No, I don't have any.
Okay. I have from General K15 Software Agreement TNG Consulting. From Ed Services K26 Career Technical Education. The CDE Advisory Committee members. From Business Services K44 Authorization to piggyback on Department of General Services, State of California Multiple Award Schedule. From 6 Personnel Services, K6A5 Extra Duty Employment for the Athletics 24-25 school year. K6A6 Attendance at Educator Recruitment Events in 24-25, and for classified K6A1 Employment of Classified Personnel. All right, that's a lot. All right, can I get a motion and a second to adopt the agenda with items pulled?
To approve the consent agenda.
Or to approve the consent agenda, yeah.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And now we will move into, so the first item pulled was K15 Software Agreement, TNG Consulting, Guardian Case Management.
Yes, and I'm gonna send this over to Dr. Williams.
Sure, Ms. Rand, will you click on the attachment that says Barstow information and slide into page 3? Along the way, I won't read off there, but just want to put it up on the screen for reference. Thank you, Madam Superintendent of the board. Tonight we are asking the board to approve a software agreement with TNG Consulting / Guardian Case Management. TNG is a vendor that we're already currently working with within the school district, but we're looking to expand our partnership with them. TNG, for those of you who may not be familiar with them, is a really big partner within the Association of the Title IX Administrators. TICSA is kind of how it's thrown around in a lot of our trainings, and they do a lot of work in training Barstow Unified School District personnel, as well as being contractors for investigations and report writing for Title IX and UCP complaints. And they work directly with our Title IX UCP compliance officer, Ms. Michelson, who's standing behind us here. And so as we transition more of the work from external vendors to our own internal staff, one of the things that we want to do is adopt this Guardian case management system. So it's very similar to a student information system in that it's a secure, shared hub for information that can be accessed by people in the district when they're working on different cases. The first round of it's going to be really focused out of our compliance office for Title IX and UCP cases. It is able to store and easily track emails, scan documents, notices of investigation and the investigation process, any questions, notes, extensions, appeals, archiving and reporting. So rather than having a series of emails or a file folder, or in addition to the hard copies of things, we also have an electronic place where everything can be accessed, even as staff turns over, even as people change, even if there's a new site principal or there's any movement of that nature. All of the information is in one place and easily accessible. And for future uses, we believe that this can be used in cases of risk management, for employee accommodation meetings, for different employee case managements, and also eventually by our school site principals for cases that they're managing. So again, rather than having things on email, rather than having printouts of certain things, rather than having an Excel sheet where we're tracking what's pending, what's not pending, this really combines all of it and also connects with our current technology products, such as our student information system, such as our email. So when there's a conversation with a parent, it's all within the same system, it's all tracked. We know when questions were asked, we know when answers were given, and we can really track accountability across multiple areas of the district. So this is going to be an implementation plan for the rest of this school year and through next year. And if it's something that we find continued value in, we will bring the reoccurring contract to the board for future consideration.
Thank you. Welcome. You guys have any questions? I think it's great. I think everything sounds awesome, and putting everything in a single location like that just to make the efficiency all the way around sounds fantastic. So, can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Next we'll go to Ed Services K-6 Career Technical Education CEE Advisory Committee members for 24-25.
So, Mr. Dockery.
Yes, since 2006, Barstow Unified School District has been receiving Carl D. Perkins funds. Back in 2006, that was called the ROP program. It's now called our CTE program. That is a career technical education initiative that aims to provide opportunities for students to complete two-year pathways, culinary arts, woods, metals, auto, things like that. We're part of a consortium called MDCP, Mountain Desert Career Pathways. As part of that effort, we're required to create a list of names that will serve on this committee to give input for knowledge about disadvantaged students, teachers, business industries, school administration, and the field office of the Employment Redevelopment Department. So as part of this consortium, we send our representatives to be part of this initiative. It's usually a biannual meeting where we get together and talk about what are the needs for the high desert, Barstow in particular, and what kinds of programs are we going to develop to support that need. So we're asking the board to approve this initiative.
Do we have any questions?
Not at this time.
All right. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is Business Services K-4 authorization to piggyback on Department of General Services, State of California award schedule for the Quail school signs.
I'm going to send this over to Mr. Payton.
Yes, thank you. So it's California multiple award schedules. Any vendor can apply to the Department of General Services and become a CMAS vendor. What that does is helps us to save money by not going out to bid competitively. And so that's with this, we're looking at quill signs to do our marquees for all our sites. And so by going this route, it's going to save the district money. So we won't have to go out to bid. So that's, and they're all vetted when they go to get their award. It's actually quite a process to become a CMAS vendor. So it's really advantageous for the district to do this. And we present it to you for approval.
Any questions, guys?
Not at this time.
Is it gonna be, so that's for all the school sites for the signs?
Yes, we're currently looking at all 12 sites.
Cool, nice, thank
And
you.
there'll be 4 that actually need to be brand new construction, and then there's 8 that we already have the signs up there, so we'll be replacing those non-digital ones with digital.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next we have K-6A5, extra duty employment athletics 24-25 school year.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. This item right here is for CIF bonuses. We negotiated, I think, 3 years ago with the association to compensate the coaches for the extra time and effort that they put in when they go to compete for championships and CIF competition. In the past, they were actually doing it volunteer. So we felt that it was good to compensate them accordingly for the efforts and also to entice them to do a little bit better, right? We like to win, right? So we're rewarding that with this item and it's presented to the board for approval.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
Yes, I do. When I seen this, I said, it's about time, you know what I mean? I can remember I coached Scott and Mr. Rubio back in the 80s, and we didn't go to CIF, but we played, and From 2000, I think it was when it was 99, 2000, 2001, and 2002, we went to the semifinals, finals, and semifinals as part of that staff. And, two of the Leo Lofis that were on this list were on that team, and we went to Mr. Massingill, was superintendent at the time. It was like, sorry, Charlie, it was nothing. You know what I mean? And I feel for these guys. I coached. I know they're starting right now. They're in the weight room today. And they go through spring practice, summer practice is 117 degrees out there. They don't get paid for that, you know what I mean? And then they go through the year and they're watching film on Saturdays, Sundays, coaching meetings, and everybody's undefeated coaching from the stands, telling them how to do it, it's the same as us here in the school board, everybody's telling us how to do things. And I think it's about time that, and tip my hat to you, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you very much. These guys deserve it. Give them a little extra to, put a little extra in, and they deserve it. That's a bottom line. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? And thank you very much.
So I won't take all the credit. The association, we worked in good faith, and we brought this together. So
right on, man. And thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it's a great idea. You know what I mean? And you're correct. Everybody wants to win. You know what I mean? And that's what it's really all about. Everybody says, "Oh, it's not how you play or win the game." So that's kind of nonsense when you're out there. Somebody coming over trying to beat your brains out, you gotta do something. But thank you for everybody that was involved in this decision. I really appreciate it.
So, you have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, next we have K6A6, attendance at educator recruitment events 24-25.
Mr. Wasco, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Ms. Ranjan. So yes, this item is in general terms, because we're still actually registering to attend a lot of the recruitment fairs. Some of them have not opened, and we're going through that process. We have identified 19 places that we want to attend, all in Southern California for sure. The UC system, the Cal State system, some private schools, private universities. We also want to attend this year. We want to attend Arizona State teachers of color virtually. So there's some virtual ones that we want to attend to. We also want to attend Southern Utah University, which is close enough that we can probably steal some teachers. So we want to go there. That was a in-person teacher recruitment fair that we want to be attending. I have identified another 20 more that I want to go to add to my list. I think we've done a good job in the last few years of recruiting teachers. I think we're up to 63 right now. We just hired a few more. They're actually on the board today. So we're still hiring teachers to fill all the vacancies that we have. And this item is presented to the board for approval.
Anybody questions, comments?
Is there any way? Oops, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there any way that some one of us board members can attend this and see how it's going?
To one of the events?
We could arrange that, absolutely.
We'll discuss it and
Yeah.
see, and then I'll bring a recommendation to the board for the next board meeting.
I just want to say fantastic job. I know it's a lot of work, planning, coordinating, going to that many different events, talking with all those different people, and prospective, potential people to come here. We know how important it is, as a board, as a district, to get as many teachers here as we possibly can, get all those classrooms filled. So just want to say good job.
I move we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and we have K6A1, employment of classified permanent personnel.
And also to Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ranjan. So these three candidates are external candidates that we interviewed and vetted and did background checks, fingerprinted. So these three candidates are coming to you today instead of the ones that we approved last time. These were external candidates that we had to make sure that they passed the fingerprint through the DOJ. They they actually presented, the references, so we checked the references, so this is why these individuals are now presented to the board for approval. We are looking forward, if you decide to approve, to actually start the training tomorrow with all 7 SAMs. So that's the plan. We have a 3-day training session that we're gonna be doing with them to set them up for success. And so I'm looking forward to that. And it's presented to the board for.
Right. Yes, there's 7 positions altogether, right?
Yes.
And out of those 7, how many were hired with former employees of the Barstow School District?
4.
4? And what is the, it's Sam or what's?
Yeah. It's the school administration manager.
Yeah, Sam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Administrative manager.
Good. You have anything, Mr. Brad?
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say it's good to see, both that we're having in-house candidates are always great, as well as outside. As much as I think it is great to promote within, it's also good to bring in some of those other, people from the outside just to get that well-rounded experience and information. And I think it's good that we have an avenue for our classified staff to get into management and step into those roles. So I think that's great. Can I get a motion?
Yes, I move we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Discussion.
Yes. Now we're going into discussion, general L11. Resolution 11, 2024, 2025, School Board Appreciation Month, January 2025.
Motion to discuss.
Can I get a motion to open?
Yes. I move we open.
Second. Okay.
So this is in honor and appreciation of the 3 of you sitting here tonight. And this is District Resolution number 11, 2024-2025, School Board Appreciation Month. I shall read that resolution out loud so everyone can hear it. Whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities. And whereas our local school board ensures our children's academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs. And whereas school board members continue to advocate to best serve the children in our community each and every day. And whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. And whereas the school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the healthiest environments possible where all students can thrive. And whereas school board members are responsible for building and maintaining the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations of the district. And whereas the mission of Barstow Unified School District is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world are more poignant than ever before. Now, therefore, I, Deanna Swearingen, Superintendent, do hereby declare my appreciation to the members of the school board and proclaim the month of January 2025 as School Board Appreciation Month, adopted by the Board of Trustees of Barstow Unified School District on this 14th day of January 2025.
Well, thank you. I was feeling weird, saying that. But I really mean this whenever I say this, honestly, like we're sitting up here, but everybody out there, you guys are all the ones doing all the work. So all the credit should go to you guys, but thank you.
We just need to approve.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, next we have business services, L41, purchase order listings. for, what is that, December 10th to January 6th. Can I get a motion and second to open?
So move.
Second.
This goes over to Mr. Beaton.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Sargent. Superintendent Sargent, sorry. We have, purchase orders from, 12/11. I don't think we had it on the 10th. And so through January 6th of 2025, we have a total of 55 POs and totaling, I'm gonna have to get my glasses out, sorry, $354,298.99.
Line items? No. I had two questions. One was for the band supplies and materials. It was on the first page. 251068 at the junior high. Is that for, I'm guessing, instruments or?
Yes, so the junior high has a band, and we're using our Prop 28 money.
Okay.
And this is, for we've got, looks like uniforms.
Oh.
There
you go.
I'm sorry, I'm happy to answer that question. So junior high school is very blessed to have a brand new band teacher. We miss Miss G, she was amazing, she did so much to set us up. As the program is transitioning to a new band instructor, there are some things that we have to pay for. 80% of Prop 28 money, of course, only goes to staffing, but we're ordering different things. We don't need new instruments. We've got tons of instruments. We do have an existing contract in terms of the repair of those instruments and refurbishment. We actually do need some new instruments that can no longer be repaired, but that's not what that was. Right now, there are some parts that get ordered, and there are some additional folders and stuff. And we also have had to use one of the things that happened with the remodel. We have all of these lovely cabinets that are no longer lockable and thousands of dollars worth of equipment. And so things like that. But any of those items are the items that that are proposed by our current band instructor, Mr. Dwight, and then goes through approval. So, but yeah, no instruments in that one, but some of the supplies that we use and some of the parts.
Thank you.
So being a former band kid, I love it.
And then the other one was PO number 251094. It was under ROP for the harvest right. I was just curious, are we going into a different lane culinary wise or?
So this is actually using the Strong Workforce grant.
Uh-huh.
I know that we have, if we're going into a different lane in culinary, I'd have to.
I was just curious what, if there was any plans or we just, because I saw it was for a freeze dryer, so.
I know they are expanding with their program, so this is probably in line with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are good. Just need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Does anybody have any items for future board meetings you'd like to discuss?
At this time, sir.
Okay, then at this time, we will adjourn for closed session at 6:24. Yes.
You're good.
With you, all right. It is 8:33 and we are back from closed session. In closed session, the board took action on the appeal of confidential final investigation report number 2004-12. In the closed session, the board rejected the appeal of the corrective action determination in the confidential final investigation report number 2024-12. The vote was 3 yeas to 0 nays. Education code requires this agenda item to have been in a closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential student information. Also in closed session, the board unanimously approved the readmission of student number 2324128027458007. 2324097281348851, 2223019746911978, and 2324106693272908. Right. We don't have anything else?
We have nothing further.
All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Let's go home.
8:35.
Signatures.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
hold on.
Who's got signatures?
I gotta end this first.
But quickly, because Ray's gotta go.
I have to end the meeting.